Konnichiwa, dio, Tsume desu, and all that. We're doing KSP today because the devs put out a challenge to launch a air launch rocket from Laythe and bring it back to Kerbal. So first we have to get to Laythe, then land, then lift off with a plane and launch a rocket back to Kerbal. So we're going to attempt this. Honestly, I will just be satisfied with getting to Laythe with how a lot of the stuff is gone, but we're gonna give this a try. And in order to reduce weight, we're going to do this with a small pod as our final segment that will come back to Kerbal. No me on the screen today, because KSP just eats my computer until they do some passes to fix that. We're just gonna have to deal with it. Is this the... that's the wrong kind. Wrong size. We want this one. There we go. And then we need to strap a... we don't actually need this yet, but I feel weird not using it. So we'll strap a heat shield on the bottom. Then we're going to need a stack separator, because I like them better than the decouplers. Well, that being said, these would work. I just don't trust them. It adds more debris using these, but it is more consistent on getting the pieces away from each other, because it shoves both pieces away instead of just one. Okay, so there we go. There is our return segment. Now, we need a lot of fuel. Let's get the fuel segment up here. Here we go. Now we can see what we're doing. I am running one little mod here. That's just to give us some stage info, because the game just does not give you enough information. It just gives you thrust to weight for the whole rocket based on the thrust of the first stage, which admittedly is the most important for getting off the ground. But I need to do a lot more than that, so we're gonna need the, full staging info. Obviously, we don't really care about the final stage here, because all it's doing is re-entering and splashing down. So let's get some gas. This is going to be an interplanetary segment. So we are going to want some hydrogen, potentially. I like the xenon. Xenon is really, really good. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough oomph, in my opinion. Like, it just doesn't have enough go. It is an absolute metric ton of gas, though. Like, it has so much go. And we only have this one little engine. So, not exactly the greatest amount of delta V here. Also, it's not even calculating the delta V, so that's cool. Yeah. No delta V calculations whatsoever. Loving that. Super helpful. Put you over here. Put you over here. There we go. Alright. Now you can see a little better. Yeah, nothing giving us info just yet. It's telling me it's empty. There's definitely an engine on here. I'm thinking maybe this gas tank doesn't work. Or it just doesn't know how to deal with the xenon with the mod, which is not great. Or is it just upset because there's no solar of any kind? Here, we'll just strap some RTGs on it. I mean, I've given you electric. What do you want? Why are you not telling me numbers? Is that enough of these? There's plenty of ways for it to generate now. I've given it ways. This thing is not being cooperative. To say the least. Okay, solar panels will work for making that happy. Gives me a... That's a pretty powerful thrust to weight. The problem is I don't know how much delta V this has. Because none of these things want to tell me the delta V numbers. Which is not ideal, to say the least. Because that is a ton of thrust to weight. That being said, so would a hydrogen setup. And that might actually give me some numbers, which is a lot easier to figure out what I'm doing if it actually gives me information. So if we strap maybe this one? Oh my god, that's big. Okay, well. Hydrogen does take up a lot of space, I guess. $3,000 delta V. Okay, let's pop up the trip planner. And what would it take? Give me a one-way to Laythe. So the Joule intercept is 1,200 by itself. Give or take a little bit because we're not going to be very efficient. Due to the fact that I don't have proper maneuver lines to work with. So, coming back, if I get the round trip, it just gives the Joule intercept in both directions. Yeah, surface, surface. It just tells you the numbers again. It doesn't actually calculate it properly for the return. It's just an estimate. And it's not great for actually figuring out where you need to go. That being said, 3,000 delta V is an absolute ton of delta V for getting us around. We also don't have to worry about re-entry physics yet. Like, re-entry is not a thing, so we've really just got to get this into Kerbin's atmosphere, and then, you know, the pod can just slow itself down and pull out the parachute. Thrust to weight's good. That's an absolute ton of delta V. In vacuum, anyways. So now we just gotta figure out how we're going to get... Is this gonna be enough? I think this will be enough. That's 3,000 delta V in a vacuum. That shouldn't be used until we're in the vacuum. So that should be perfectly fine. The way it is. Now comes the more complicated part of how do I get this into Laythe orbit from the surface of Laythe. That should take approximately, if I give myself another 3,000 delta V on the high orbit, yeah, if I give us about 2,000 to 3,000 in the aerial deployment stage, we should be okay. So let's get another decoupler. Oh, that's a small, right? Because the engine sizes do not match what we're working with here. This is gonna be a really big plane. I honestly don't know if we're gonna have a big enough area on Laythe to land properly with this plane. This thing is massive already. And that's just to have enough gas and an engine to get me all the way home. Now we need a way to get from in air to orbital. So we give ourselves some of the methalox. Should be the best way to do it. Can I go small? How much thrust would this give me? If I put, say, put a vector on it. 800. That's actually not bad, and a really good thrust to weight ratio, actually. Okay, that's not terrible. That's actually pretty good. Now, we don't want to make this too tall. We want this to be a relatively thin segment. So if I were to give this maybe 3 more fuel tanks and then just link them together. Like if we were to do something like this. And then put some aerodynamic stuff on top of that so that it's not adding drag. Beautiful. And then we go into the utilities here. I think it's utilities. Where did they put the fuel tanks? Or the fuel lines? I know fuel lines are in. I just don't know where they're at. Hey, Crystal. Thank you for the sub. Where are the fuel lines? And they do a really good job of hiding stuff in this new interface. There's the fuel lines. Okay. So if we do this, and then we fuel line it all into that, that should, keyword here, should work. Do we want to even keep those? Do we want to put them on detachables and leave them behind after we've launched? Because that would increase our thrust to weight after we've burned the fuel in them, and we're still at 2.6 thrust to weight with this stage in atmosphere. That is a lot. That is actually really, really high. All right, let's grab this. Disconnect that temporarily. In fact, we're gonna take the fuel line and we're gonna throw that away. Just for the time being. Let's get some radial decouplers here. Let's say maybe 4 of these. And then we'll strap 4 on. It's not centered at all. What's new about this? There we go. That looks better. Okay. So those are now strapped on. We've got 4 of them. Let's go find our fuel lines again. There we are. Grab our fuel lines. And just plug those into the center column. So that that has all the gas. That's still... Okay, that's less delta V somehow. But a higher thrust to weight? Oh, I see what's happening. There we go. Okay. That's still a lot lower than I would expect. I added more gas and got less delta V. Interesting. Do we just try the rocket out and see what happens? Like, we're just gonna have to do some testing, is what's gonna end up happening here. There's gonna be a lot of test flights until we get this right. Go ahead and strut this sucker on here, because I know if I don't, everything that could possibly go wrong will go horribly wrong. This is KSP. The wobbles are real. The eternal Kraken will never be slain. For the Kraken is immortal. Okay. Let's see, we're gonna call this the Laythe plane. It's not a plane yet, but you know. We'll get it there. Let's give this a test launch and see how well it performs in actual flight and not just numbers. It looks like Bill's testing out the aircraft. Oh, you know what we forgot? We don't have any, like, reaction wheels or anything up top. No, that's gonna be a problem. 1500 Delta V. It's not telling me my fuel tank capacity. I want to know how much fuel is in those tanks. Alright, there's apparently no way to tell how much fuel is in these things. That's cool. You know, that's not info I would want or anything. Oh my god, this thing has go, and there's the wobble. The expected wobble. What's new about that? Alright, at least this gimbal has good control. Perfect, lock onto that prograde and go. Alright, it's got pretty good thrust, actually. Activate? Okay, well this thing is actually got a lot of oomph behind it, if it already put me in orbit. Like, this would easily put me in orbit. God, this game is so pretty when it's working. Just look at that engine flare. Okay, it's gonna take a lot of gas to get us in orbit, so we'll go ahead and cut that. Revert to the VAB. We took the wrong Kerbal with us anyways, so... This is not Bill's mission. This is Val's mission. Okay, we're back here. Now, first thing we need to do is we need a proper reaction wheel. So those are hidden in here. We're gonna get a nice beefy one, because we might as well. Because this segment's so big anyway, so we'll get a nice, big, beefy reaction wheel to make sure that everything is good and stable in flight. There we go. We'll lock onto that just to make sure that everything, once again, is nice and stable. We trust nothing in this game when it comes to stability. I'm not quite sure where that actually is on the craft. Alright, yeah, that one didn't work. I wanted to connect the engine onto that, but whatever. It's not wanting to work. We're just gonna move on. Okay, so this... Okay, that's a much better and more accurate number scenario. Alright, so... Where is that going? Is there like an undo button? Yeah, that seemed to have done it. Okay, cool. We got rid of that weird extra piece. So these two segments are meant to get us from high Laythe atmosphere into space. That is a little over 2,000 Delta V to do so. From our experiment just now, we know that the way this is going to read out is this is going to tell me the fuel of all of these before it'll tell me the center one, and then it'll drop those and then tell me the center one by itself. So we'll get that extra 700-ish delta V after these have fallen off. That should be enough to get us up to and into orbit from a high Laythe flight. Now comes the trick of making a plane around this that can get it up there. And then we gotta build a rocket big enough to fly this whole thing to Laythe in the first place and set the plane down. So the plane has to have enough thrust to not only take this whole craft off and get it where we're going, it also needs enough thrust to land and then do the ascent. So we're gonna go ahead and flip the orientation. One of these days I'll do that right. Is that down? I can never tell which way is down. So here's what we'll do. We'll grab a command pod that faces forward. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. We're now facing this way, because this is how this thing is going to sit on the plane. Now we got to build a plane around it. So let's see. We're going to need some wings. Well, we need a aerodynamic decoupler would be great. I'm gonna go ahead and put that right here. Which way's forward on this thing? The camera does not want to slide the way I'd want it to. Okay. We'll use struts to connect this. I hate that I know they're gonna fix this bug, but now I can't slide left and right. There's no way to go left and right, and that's really, really annoying when you're trying, because it does that every time. There's no horizontal control of the camera. Makes it really, really hard to build horizontally. But there's not much we can do about that other than deal with it. Now, we want this to be an airplane. Okay, turn off symmetry. There we go. Fantastic. And then we want to adjust that, because that is facing all the wrong way. Just go up. There we go. Okay. That's our main piece. And then we want more stabilizers because they are very, very nice. That is still too damn small. Apparently we need an even smaller piece to connect these. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. And then we'll use struts to keep this whole thing connected properly. Okay, hopefully that is enough struts to keep it attached. Now we need to build an aircraft around this. It's a massive craft to be carrying. Alright, so we need some wings, which are in here. Using this wonderful new feature. I really like this. This is a really nice addition to the game. That's the wrong thickness. Want that to basically go that. Just tip of length is what I need. I want this to be 0.4. I want it to be the same the whole way through. Perfect. Make the length longer, because this is going to connect to a fuselage. Then close that, because we're going to slide it to there. Then we're going to slightly canter it down. There should be enough clearance. Then on the each end, we're going to strap on. It'd be so much easier if the game actually let me slide the camera around, but it won't, so we just kind of have to deal. Alright, then we're going to have to adjust this because it's all sorts of wrong. Beautiful, that'll do. Cool, like so. We'll try to center that. And then we're going to need one of these and one of these. And once again, we're going to strap even more stabilizers onto this because this is a very large, complicated object, and we want this to fly as smoothly as possible. And in fact, we're actually going to take this and it rotated its whole damn self around. I probably should have slid it. It is not wanting to cooperate at all. What's new there? That's better. Now, this is where it's going to get complicated. Making this thing have enough thrust to get us where we're going. Actually, I don't mind the angle. That might actually be helpful for getting us where we're going. No, we want it flat. Yeah, we want it flattened. So we're going to do that. Grab you. Need you to flatten out. And we'll slide you up so that you're actually aligned properly. Beautiful. Then you need the outer wings, some more aerodynamics. I missed them there. Wings. Like so. Then we'll adjust. We want the root length to be the same length as the tip of the inner wing. Try to line those up. That looks pretty good. Okay. Even bigger wingspan. And we're going to bring the tip length basically down to nothing. Why is this wing upside down? Okay, it updated itself. Okay, so there is our potential plane. We need a lot of struts and engines, so let's get some struts and engines. Hello. Let's see, engine. Where is our good engines? I like the rapier, but I don't think it has enough thrust. Max thrust of 105. It's just more oomph. Technically, we're in the medium class. We can go all the way up to one of these. Do we try this? Let me give it some real oomph. Because we did bring... It's all methyl ox. So it's got oxidizer. So we can just burn. Wow, this stage has 3,000 delta V in it. 3,300 delta V in this flight stage. It doesn't have a lot of thrust to weight ratio, but it doesn't really need it because it's a plane. It just needs to get this up to the point where it can't fly anymore. So let's get some struts on it and give it a test, shall we? Struts and landing gear. Lots and lots of struts. Just make sure this thing doesn't try to rip itself apart. As things in Kerbal are like to do. Okay. That should hold this whole thing together. Well, the wings kind of poke out a little bit. That's fine. Actually, you know what we can do? That's the wrong wing. We can grab this one and bring the wingspan in slightly. Beautiful. Now it doesn't clip anymore. Just looks neater. Not really accomplishing anything, it just looks better that way. Now we need our landing gear. We want some nice beefy ones because this thing is going to be a monster. Okay. Now, let's put this sucker on a runway. Make sure we're bringing Val along, because this is her ridiculous mission. And let's see if this contraption has enough in it to actually fly. Oh, God. Hold B, try to make it stop bouncing. I mean, it's got the clearance. It's got clearance. One thing I noticed we don't have is any sort of tail fins. So we've definitely got the clearance. We should have the thrust. Let's go back to the Vab real fast and throw some stabilizers on this thing before we lose control and, you know, explode violently somewhere because I made a wing without any actual stabilizers. Alright, let's see. Stabilizers, we want some medium ones. Strap one smack dab in the middle. It's wanting to go backwards for some reason. This is fine. Excellent. Make that a bit bigger. Steeper. Also, that's the wrong thickness. There we go. And then we'll make one on each of the ends. Again, nice medium ones. These can be smaller. There we go. That should do what we want. They're slightly off, and I hate that they're off. There we go. That's better. Okay. That should be enough to get us flight. And since it's all methalox, we don't have to worry about the oxygen mix or altitude or anything. We can just go. Which engine is that? That is that engine. That's those. We want all three of these together. Okay. And go. Come on, lift. Lift. We're not getting any lift. Do my wings need to be bigger? Okay. Back to the VAB. We don't have enough. We don't have enough to get off the ground. Got it. We have plenty of speed, but we don't have any lift. Okay, let's make some edits here. Something is not working. Increase the control surface span on both sets of wings. I didn't mean to grab the wings. God damn it. That's okay, they went back where I put them. So more control surface on both sets of wings. What we can do is we can add... And we also want to drag that down into that. There we go. We can add onto this some vertical stuff. There we go. Like so. That should give us a bit more to work with. See if that helps. Come on. Come on. Lift. Okay, well, back to the VAP. Something's wrong with this setup. We're getting enough thrust to get the lift to occur, but maybe we're too front heavy? We might be a little too front heavy. Let's see what we can do to adjust things. Alright. Why are you not working? It's only slightly front heavy. This shouldn't be that big of a problem. Okay. That's not working. If I move this... That's better. We are centered. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that'll help. That looks a little closer to... Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Let's try this again. Because we definitely have enough thrust. Because we did get the... We got the wind effects, and we were getting some ups. So we're definitely making progress on making something that works. Alright, now with a better balanced weight and lift position, can we get some ups? We're flying. It's flying. Our ridiculous contraption is flying. It is destroying its fuel capacity, though. Oh my god, is it wobbly? If we can get to Kerbal orbit with this, it can definitely do a Laythe burn. Oh, okay, well... It rapidly deconstructed. Well then, not quite sure what happened there. That was, not part of the plan. Not quite sure what to do about that. That, it just kind of randomly exploded, which is not what is supposed to happen at all. Over here making adjustments after we just got it to fly. Okay, that's better. That's more what I was going for with the design. The real problem here is it just fell apart, and I don't know why. It just exploded violently. What to do about that? Yeah, we could do. I've got these decouplers I could work with. Could I, in theory... This is gonna be ridiculous. Can I just strap some small control surfaces onto this? That explode off when we don't need them anymore? Like they exist just during the flight phase? Would that help? Oh, I didn't mean to click that gear. back there. There we go. All right. Let's try this again. Okay, we seem to be stable. More or less. Come on, lift. Okay, there we go. We're off the runway. We seem stable. Oh. Okay, it just rips itself apart. We hit about 200 meters per second and it just flies apart. It's just not... It's not stable. And I mean, I need it to fly at well over 200 if we want to make any real progress here. I guess we throttle down. We don't... I guess we don't need to go that fast. Let's try with less throttle. Let's see if I can get it to... Like, once we're off the ground, throttle down. Because we gotta be up to, like, well over 100 just to get lift. Right, there's lift. Throttle down. We'll try to maintain. It seems a lot more stable. We'll try to get out of the soupy, thick atmosphere that eats everything. Not the most stable of flyer. I have to keep it from moving around. Our goal is about 7 kilometers. Once we cross 7, we're into a much thinner atmosphere, and things become a lot easier to manage. Getting wobbly again. Slow it down. Okay, we seem to be stable and ascending. Come on, we can make it. We're still ascending, which is perfect. Like, we're not losing speed. In fact, we're starting to gain speed with this much thrust, which is really nice. I'm not 100% sure we're going to be able to land this thing on Laythe. I just think it's going to come in too fast, because it can only do like 140 before it starts having problems. Which is not ideal. Okay, we're up in the upper atmosphere. This is where we would normally start our gravity turn with a regular rocket, so we're on proper course. At about where our gravity turn would be. And we're losing it randomly. That's cool. Wrong button. And yeah, we've lost all of our speed. Okay, and stage. At this point retro. Point up. Alrighty, so it just kind of failed when we lost atmosphere. Not ideal. God, this thing is also... what is with the atmosphere? It is near impossible to gravity turn in this game right now. I've been having this problem for a while, and it's infuriating. Any tiny bit of gravity turn, and the rockets just flip wildly out of control. I've added tons of RCS, or not RCS, reaction wheels, and it just doesn't matter. They, as soon as they get any sort, like if you try to gravity turn before we're into this topmost layer of blue, it will just fail. Like, every rocket I've built just flips wildly out of control, no matter how much I put on it for stabilization or anything, as soon as we get into that area. Like, if we're in this atmosphere at all, gravity turns will cause the entire rocket to face down. On the upside, we should have enough thrust here to put ourselves into orbit. So that's at least the first challenge done. We did technically put a air-launched rocket into Kerbal orbit. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. We just need to get out of the stupid atmosphere here. about 60 kilometers here, we'll just go straight prograde to try to push it. Or if this hits like 80. We don't want our apps to get too high here. That's not working as intended. Neither is that. We're coming up or away from Apo? We're coming up to Apo. Just wasting fuel at this point. That's way too much. I hate that you can't pin these things to actually see what you're doing. Yeah, close enough. Fast forward a bit. There we go. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of our air-launched rocket. I just, with the way the current game is, it's so hard to actually build something that doesn't fly apart. Good enough. Perfect. We are in a stable Kerbal orbit with a air-launched rocket. We have succeeded in the mission. Now we're just going to fast forward till the KSE comes back around to where we can actually work with it in the daytime. Excellent. Okay, now we'll plan our burn. I didn't mean to set it as focus. I want a maneuver node. There we go. Got 800 to burn. I might as well go all the way, right? Let's just maximize our burn and then we'll position from there. There we go. Yeah, no fuel, it's fine. Because we're aiming right about here. Give or take a little bit. We'll go a little out, like so. Okay, face the maneuver. Actually, we want to aim a little bit farther than that because we're going to come around the planet. So maybe right around here to give us... We'll make adjustments here in a second. Let's warp to it. Yeah, we need to adjust. Okay, that should be good. And this will be our deorbit, and we'll have successfully done a mission. Now, the problem is we have to revert to VAB, because otherwise Valentina goes into the void, because you can't actually recover your Kerbals right now. That's a fun little thing. Point retro. Kill the burn. Kill the maneuver node. There's a lot of gas left in this thing. Not enough to have done what we wanted, but enough to at least get us back over here. Alright, and that's all the fuel spent. I will just keep it facing retro for proper re-entry. I'm afraid to speed up time with this so close. Because I've had some weird things happen when you're this close proximity. Spent a little over a day in space. Well, actually, mission time. It's only been 5 hours. She's only been up here for about 5.5 hours. Come on, go away. Do not trust you, random extra stage. We're gonna come in short. I wanted to aim for that, but we're gonna end short. It's fine. We're coming in fast, too. Re-entry heating would be beautiful right now. And there we are. We're officially in atmosphere. Alright, nice and slow. Once we cross into the thick part, we'll deploy parachute. There we go. We're into the thick part of the atmosphere. Deploy parachute. And we've successfully launched a air-launched rocket. Now, our major problem is the aircraft that carries it flies apart wildly. Which is not ideal. But we can work on that. We just need to figure out a way to make it more stable. So we can get higher altitudes out of it. I have some ideas. We could try ripping the extra fuselages off. And building a thicker center column. And then just big wings. With, like, extendo legs to make it work. We could also try putting the rocket on top of the airplane. That could also work. It's gonna take forever to descend, isn't it? There we go. Successful touchdown. Bonk. Perfect. Val survived. Great success. That is technically the first of the weekly challenges done. That's the easy one. Now to actually build something that does more of what we want, because that one flew apart wildly and we still succeeded. Mostly because I built a really good rocket. Like, the rocket itself can basically get to orbit. Like, if I were to strap, if I were to put, like, solid rocket boosters on just the rocket down here, this would just work as a orbital craft. So, this is basically just a really elaborate solid rocket booster. Okay, so, here's my idea. I'm gonna take this, we're gonna throw all of that away. We're gonna take this, pick it up, take that off. I'm gonna put that there. We want 2 of them? I think we want... Or do we just want, like, structure blocks to extend that? That's way bigger than I thought it would be. Okay. There we go. Why does it want to do that? Alright, first of all, turn off the symmetry so I can get this positioned. None of this is working as it should. God, what is that? It's not even close to what we're trying to do here. All the rotation things are completely wrong. Okay, first of all, straighten that out. Lower it. Slide it over. And actually attach it to the damn anchor point. It won't even let me slide it over more. The lack of freedom of movement with the items is frustrating. Okay, put that there. Strap this on here, maybe? Will that work? And then I can... Of course, it's gonna do that. Why would it actually attach onto the damn coupler? It would, you know, above the coupler. That's where I wanted it. On the side of the cup. Literally, it's a thing you're supposed to anchor to, but it refuses to anchor on that point. Trying to control stuff in here is one of the hardest things in the game. Because it just doesn't work in any way that would make sense. Like, what happened here? How are the engines all jacked up now? What happened to this? Okay. Go away. New ideas. That's what we need. We need new ideas. Now, this works, but it's heavy. And big, which makes it hard to fly. So if we took, say, maybe this, and then added on one of these. In fact, we need more than that. Where is my... There we go. What is that random anchor point? turned off snap. Why is it still snapping? There we go. Okay, so now we've got 4 ion engines. Should be quite a lot of thrust. I mean, according to this, it's 0, but, you know. No delta V at all in this stage. Which is ridiculous, but... Okay, Then we're gonna need a... Well, first of all, let's see what the actual... What's the thrust away to this thing? What's the actual delta V? Delta V of 0, probably because we're in atmosphere. Okay, I have a solution for that. Oh, and we don't have solar panels on it. That would help as well. Covering it in solar. Okay, first of all, we also forgot the stabilizer. Then we're gonna need batteries. Beautiful. We're gonna need solar. Non-retractable. Interesting. So they deploy once. Oh, interesting. They can't retract. Okay, that should be enough solar and batteries to get us what we need for getting around. I hope. Now, let's... As long as we're not burning on the dark side anyways. Which I guess we could put some RTGs on it. So do we really need the batteries if we just strap, like, a butt ton of these on? Like so. 16 of these suckers just strapped onto this, plus a bunch of solar. Do we even need the solar at that point? Do we just go full RTG and batteries? It doesn't need to be pretty, it just needs to work. Okay. It's not the prettiest thing, but it's an effective thing. Now, let's put it in space and see how much we actually get out of this. Gonna need one of these. And we're gonna want one of these. Beautiful. This is just to see the thrust capacity of the ions. This is gonna be a ridiculous amount of thrust to weight. Very small payload on top of a very large solid rocket. Frame rate is not happy with it either. And we're tipping for no reason? What? Why? Why are we flipping upside down? That doesn't make any sense. Why did it flip? There was nothing to cause it to flip. All it had to do was go. I didn't even touch any inputs. We were going straight up. Like, the amount of just uncontrollableness of rockets is ridiculous. All it had to do was go straight up, and it just flipped for no reason, with no input or external control. That is not how rockets work, even a little. Put giant fins on it. Maybe that'll help. All I want to do is go up. Lock the SAS on up to try to keep it from doing weird nonsense anymore. All this thing has to do is go up into space so I can see real delta V of the ion engines. That's it. That's all we're trying to do here. Come on. Get me away from the lag center that is the launch site. Because our frame rate comes back quite a bit once we get away from the KSC and it deloads. Alright, we haven't flipped wildly out of control this time, so that's a plus. risked the turn. Oh, that's not even the right turn. We're oriented weird. The cockpit's turned. And it's messing with my buttons. Okay. $14,000 Delta V. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't think we have a problem. Are they on? I don't know why they didn't turn on, but they're on now. And my frame rate is dying. But we're going somewhere. At 7 FPS for some reason. I don't know what's causing the lag right now. But we are moving. God, what is with the frame rate? You'd think I'm asking it to do a lot here. I'm really not. Yeah, point at this thing. Hello. We are experimenting and dealing with serious lag issues. Like, why? Why is it so framey all of a sudden? Try to get away from the debris, maybe that'll help. Yeah, I have no idea. We have a ton of Delta V, though. So there is that. Even this screen's laggy. Okay, so that... It's got a ton of Delta V. That's the important bit. That has a ton of Delta V to work with. So that is our interplanetary return vessel. Now, we take all of that and we throw it away. We don't need any of that. that is not necessary for what we're trying to do. What we do need, however, turn it this way. Do we have a big enough payload thing to encompass this? That's too small. Medium is too small. We would need a large pod. Hello? Open the parts thingy so I can actually see inside it? No? Alright, cool. There you go. Open the damn cargo bay. So like that, we need a... I think a small is the right size, right? Why can't I attach things? This thing is not working as intended at all. There we go. Okay. Now, it's not attaching quite right, but... There we go. Okay, that's the whole thing encompassed. And then we're going to put that in a large cargo bay. Like so. Slightly wrong. There we go. Perfect. This is kind of a weird way to do it, but we're going to build an interplanetary vessel inside a two-stage space plane. Okay, now we're gonna need some fuel tanks. We want Nethalox for basically everything here. We want the large down to small. Like so. That'll do. And then there's a smaller one. So we can put a nose cone on it. Beautiful. All right, this is our rocket nose thing. Oh god, this thing is ridiculous. We're gonna need more Methalox. Oh, it helps if you turn the whole damn thing sideways. That's the wrong shape. That's better. Two big old tanks of gas. Plus whatever gas is up front. Then we'll put some heavy-duty engines on it. Let's get our data up here. Gotta zoom way out because you can't actually control any of the camera movements in here properly. Because the middle mouse does not slide me left and right when I'm in horizontal mode. It only goes up and down, which is not helpful in the slightest. Not quite enough thrust to weight to escape with that. So we will adjust to a different one. Wrong shape. Better shape. The whole orientation is wrong. Okay, how do I fix this? Is that way up? I mean, it makes a lot more sense with the engines now. How's that? That's still not enough. That one? No? Damn. Alright, let's try 2 of these bigger ones. If it'll snap. Okay, that would be enough thrust. It's only 4,000 delta V though, which is not a lot. We need a lot more than that if we're gonna pull this off. Close the cargo doors. Take these off. Take this off. Go to the fuel tanks. Grab more gas. Close enough. Okay, then we add these nice big... Does this have gimbal? Do you have gimbal? That is the question. It does have gimbal. Okay. For some reason I thought the big engine didn't have gimbal on it. Alright, that is more thrust to weight, and it's got more delta V. But what it needs is more gas. So we will add more gas tanks. We need methalox. So we're just gonna strap methalox on until the weight gets into a spot we want it to be. Those smalls or mediums? Those are smalls. I mean, they're more aerodynamic to have the smalls. Okay, that gives us quite a bit more gas. 5,000 delta V, which is still not a lot, I'll be honest. but we are positive thrust to weight, and we still have to add wings. So let's get us some aerodynamics going. First of all, a nice large stabilizer. Why are you like this? Why is it crooked? Why is everything about this just not... Oh, snapping is off. That might help. There we go. Okay, now that makes more sense. And then some nice, big, beefy wings, which we will turn on the weight and lift ratios for adjustment of. Okay. Tips thinner. We want the bigger span, shorter length. Right? Yeah. And then we'll go into the adjustment and just slide things around until lift and weight balance out. And then this sucker needs wheels. Let's give it some wheels. That'll do. Alright, let's give it another shot. We'll save this in case things get glitchy. We don't want the launch pad, we want a runway. Let's go see if this flies. Okay. More struts are needed. Got it. It's also super, super laggy. Might restart the game. Freaking parts manager. Okay, well, those are now forever over there. Load. Load before weird stuff started happening with struts. I cannot wait for auto strut, so I don't have to deal with this on a manual level anymore with all of its weird glitchiness. I'm not even sure the fuel tanks will feed each other, but I guess we're gonna find out. back strutting just to keep this thing a little more stable. Oh, it's doing that thing again. Oh, right, because it's a cargo bay. That's why we can't strut there. Oh, that's actually going to get in the... Those tanks are going to be in the way, aren't they? I'm glad I noticed that now, before we had an issue in flight. Go away, parts manager. I hate the new parts manager. It's so... You right-click just to move around, and it starts popping up on a regular basis. It is not helpful in the slightest when it does that. Doesn't help that it takes, like, a good chunk of time to load, too. Okay. Hopefully that holds this sucker together a little better. And our cargo bay actually works now. Yeah, that should actually launch the craft out now. Put those in the same stage. Fantastic. Okay. Save this before anything else wacky happens. Let's give this another test. Okay, the good news, it's more stable. The bad news, my camera's broken. Okay, we got the camera to go back where it belongs. We're getting 4 FPS here. This is awful. Okay. It is so frame ratey. And I've got a beefy PC. This is ridiculous. No. Alright, well. Okay. It is so bad. It's like unplayable frame rates. I can't control it because I can't react in time. Because there's such a delay on input. Okay. It should work. Our lift is a little forward. So we're gonna do this. Shift this back just a tad. There we go. That should be perfect enough. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna save. And I'm gonna restart the game. And hope that clears up some of the frame rate issues. I'm hoping it was just there's so much happening that the game just needed a restart. Let's try that. Because it wasn't that bad when we started. It got that bad over time. Load where we left off. You see, we got like a ton of different campaigns going on of me trying things and coming up with stuff. Nothing I've built so far has worked as intended. A lot of my rockets spin out of control. I've had so many craft just get all the way to the body we're trying to get to and then just spin wildly and be uncontrollable, and I lose the whole mission. And it's awful. Okay. So, let's take this thing out and see what happens. How lovely this is here forever now. Well, that's something we just have to deal with. Oh, it went away. Cool. I thought it was going to be the really annoying version that never leaves. Well, we're getting better frame rate, so that's good. Come on. I mean, the frame rate's better than it was, but it's still pretty bad. And we're rolling over for no reason. Okay, well, this is not working. Not working at all. Okay. New plan. Delete the whole damn thing. What are you anchored on? Random strut. More random struts. Okay, we've cleared everything out. Starting over. Give me this one so I can put the gimbal on the nose. Actually, I kind of like this one. I'm torn between the different... Like, I really do like the Phoenix. The Phoenix is my favorite design. But adding a... Well, we can put it behind, because we have the medium. Alright, so this is our new cockpit. There is our... that's a probe. I need a stabilizer, not a probe. Let's see... Stabilizers are in here. See, there's not one that's the right shape for this. That's the problem. All they give me is this, which I can't put on here because it's... Like, I like that cockpit, but it just doesn't work with what we're doing. I wish there was a steeper one. That's just a longer one. Yeah, we'll just do the one-seater. It's more efficient anyways. And then we'll throw the... There we go. Stabilizer on the nose. Perfect. We can even throw an extra one right here. So now we've got 2 stabilizers to try to keep this sucker flying in the direction we want it to go. Now we need a way for it to go... Well, we need it to be able to land, so we need some radial mounted parachutes. We're gonna put some here and here. We're gonna throw a... Actually, move that there. Move this here. Oh, do we want to have the whole thing just become a cockpit at the end? Do we want to just fully ejector seat this? That could be an option. I kind of like that idea. If we do this as a small and a small, and we group these 2 together, then we can strap everything on it. This is now its own separate piece that will eject everything else around it and just be a cockpit for re-entry. So that's how we're gonna... That's our emergency escape plan, is to just become a cockpit with parachutes. If everything goes horribly wrong, which, let's be honest, everything's gonna go horribly wrong. Now, for our interplanetary return, I did like this idea of the Xenon. It's got a ton of Delta V. I think this would have even more Delta V if I just had the 1. No, we want the RTGs are just better, right? Because they just don't care. They work. Okay. RTGs strapped aboard. We are powered, which means, yeah, this thing still doesn't know how much Delta V we're supposed to have, but that's fine. We're gonna have to eyeball this because not even the mods work properly yet. None of this is working as it should. All right, let's give this another staging piece. That did not quite work as intended. You know what? Sure. Not working as we want it to, but whatever. It's functional. Now we're gonna need some methylox. And we're gonna need some structure to keep this sucker from ripping itself apart. There we go. I'll keep her duct taped together. Same for here and back here. Because I don't trust that this thing's gonna stay together at all. Now we need a nice big engine. This one should actually work as intended with giving me data. How we doing? That is not enough. It looks good, but it is not enough thrust. Okay. How about we add a... Do I have a small dual? No. It goes up to a medium. We could do the medium to small conversion. And then we'd have more gas as well. Where am I? There they are. And yeah, it's even less because it's heavier. What engines do we want to give this thing? This has to be our... This is our orbital... getting to orbit stage is what we're working on. We have our interplanetary. That should be way more Delta V than we need in this. Because it's a very small craft with a ton of Xenon and a bunch of RTGs to keep it going. It should be able to push us anywhere we need to go. Well, what is the rest of weight with just one? Just out of curiosity. 6.2. Oh, this is in open cycle. If we put this in closed cycle... Oh, it gives me better thrust to weight, but it's not great. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do 2 of these and 1 of these. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. And then 1 of these. Why is it transparent? Alright, we're just gonna throw that away, because that got weird. There we go, that's better. I don't trust that it was transparent. It's an easy way to have things explode. Okay, close cycle. This is not enough. It's only 1,500. It's just, it's so... These engines just aren't as good as they used to be. They used to be a lot better. Put all the engines together, damn it. Oh, now we're at 2. Hold on. If I take these off... Hide empty. That'll help. Okay. So now there's... Oh, okay. So that's actually way more. And we have 2,000 Delta V with this stage, with that tied to the front. So let's give this some structure. Because I don't trust it without straps. So this whole thing in closed cycle works. Could we make this a SSTO that actually could theoretically go interplanetary as long as there's an atmosphere to land in? I wonder. This might be a one-way trip for the first flight, just to try. Strap some wings on it. Oh, we should give it a stabilizer first. Stabilizer, good. Let's give it some wheels. So that it can actually function. Trying to do this one is annoying. I want it to be on the bottom of the engine, but alright, we'll do this way. Since it wants to be difficult. There we go. We're gonna throw some struts on all of that just to make sure that it is attached proper. Where is that attached to? This is not at all what I clicked on. It refuses to attach to these. Is it because they were technically outside because I moved them too far? Like, what's happening? Whatever. Hopefully that works. Let's get some wings on this thing. Big wings. Very large root angle, or root length here. We're then going to slide them until they're where we need them to be. Beautiful. Now we just need to strap them together so they actually work. It's a very Kerbal design. Wings aren't even properly attached at the front. It's the only way to make it work. Okay, so those are strapped on. Hey, go away. You don't know what you're on about. We could also add some air intakes to make this... No, we don't really need it. It's basically a giant wing right now. Let's give it a test. Oh, and it's nighttime. Well, unfortunate, but what can you do? And Bill's in the seat again. That's fine. Up. Hello? We're doing 120 and I've got no up. Well, this is a bit of a problem. It's basically just a really fast car. It goes in a straight line, good. Why is it not lifting up? I thought maybe with that speed I could lift the landing gear and it would float, but no. Are we not fast enough? Okay, I'm not sure what went wrong there. I mean, our lift's a little back, but it wasn't that bad. Let's try moving it up slightly. Will that help? Also, we need to swap who's flying this thing. Bill, get out of here. Where's Val? There's Val. Okay, let's try this again. Come on, lift. I can't get this thing off the ground. Is it the gap in the wings? Is that really that big of a problem? Alright. Let's see then. What if we rip the wings off, go over there. We get a radial mount. Those there. Grab the wings, shove them on here. Well, of course, they gonna orient wrong, but it's fine. I swear, these things refuse. There we go, nice and where they're supposed to be. Slide those way back along those. Our lift is way too far forward now. Wish I could slide these back more, but it won't let me. Like, the lack of freedom to slide things around is really hindering compared to the first game. KSP 1, you could slide that stuff around a lot easier, and it made it much, much, much easier to make the actual craft you were trying to make. It's not always possible to do things the way the game wants you to. So you just kind of have to wing it. Funny, I'm working with wings. Wing it. Like, just being able to slide stuff around made it a whole lot easier to do a lot of the building. Okay, we'll leave those there. We're gonna make this more of an arrow. And then we can slide them back to line them up. Okay. Now, hopefully this works a little better. Let's get some struts on that so that it doesn't go anywhere. We are effectively holding this on by decouplers at this point. All those go together. And this should activate with it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because when we eject the back end, I want the wings to fly off too. Just reduce the overall weight. We don't, once we're in space, we don't need any of that aerodynamic stuff, because we're in space. Alright, let's see if this one runs a little better. We're a much more arrow shape. Lift. And we just randomly turning. Cool. Why will it not lift up? Alright, we're trying something else. I have another tactic I've used before to ensure I get at least initial liftoff. And as we take these, we stick them. If I can get them to orient properly. Now this way is right. I'm gonna stick these out here. Now that should make the plane tip back. Now everything's a little too far back because I moved the weight around. Okay, that's good enough. Doesn't have, well, it's never going to be absolutely perfect, but as long as it's generally in the center. Alright, there we go. Now we're perpetually tilted up. Can I disable the... No steering. Don't auto... Yeah, auto adjust. No auto suspension. Brakes on. No more auto suspension. Just turn that stuff off. Okay. Stop the bouncing. Alrighty, now we're doing a loop. I'm trying to force the nose back down. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Nope. Oh, Okay. Something about this craft does not work. Time for a new idea. At this point, we're just trying to build a plane that works, and I know I can, because I've done so before, but none of my current designs are working. So rip all of that off, throw it all out. Just, you know what? Yeah, get rid of all of it. All of it. Gone. Okay. Starting over. Give me the... I don't really like the Raven. I mean, it's effective. It's not exactly the best. Okay. We have the Raven. I don't like that angle. You know, yeah, we're not doing that one. I don't like that one. I'd much rather have something like this. Yeah. Maybe even this one. Yeah, the inline is also really nice. The problem is, this is the one that looks the most like an actual... It's like, it's got like a spaceship entrance. And a door to the back area. Like, you could go into the back from here. It's the only one that does that, aside from this giant one. And I don't want the giant thing. I guess this has little hatches on it, too. Not exactly easy to get out, though. It expects you to climb out the top. Alright, we're gonna go with this one. I'm gonna need some... Well, first of all, let's get one of these attached to this thing. Well, I guess this does have... Well, it's got like a weird small door. Actually, no, we're not doing that. We're not gonna strap parachutes on it. Give me a cargo bay. We need a small or medium. We need this one. Open it. This is where we're gonna store a bunch of our stuff that we need, like stabilization. Stabilizer, in fact, have 2 because things have gotten weird lately. We're gonna throw in here some power. And then we're gonna line that with some generators. Beautiful. I love using the cargo bays like this. It's a very effective way to make, to transport the things you need around. We're gonna need some methyl, or, monopropellant. So give me some of those. Beautiful. We'll put the things on in a minute. Is there anything else we need to carry that I'm not carrying? Yeah, it's like an emergency escape stage. I like that. Don't think there's anything else we necessarily need right now. Because there's no science or anything yet. That is coming later. We could put an antenna in here. Just put one that's always extended. Or I guess 2, because it wants to place 2. I don't know why it wants to place 2, but it does. I guess we force it to only place 1. Do we have one of the better ones? That thing's huge. Look at that thing. That's big. We could deploy this. When we're in space. This is a static. Oh, this is actually perfect. So we can put a static there. Now we have an antenna built into our ship. Fantastic. Communications are achieved by way of that antenna being in there. It gives us something. I mean, this would also work and it's omnidirectional as well. I think these have to be directionally used. I'm not really sure, so we're just gonna leave it in there. I like the concept of its being there. It gives a little bit of realism to this. Now let's build something that can fly. Two Methalox. I'd like to give it some methane as well. Just straight methane. Because that's not a lot of Methalox, actually. So how much delta V is this? Give me info. Yeah, not great. It's only 3,000 delta. Oh, these are separated. There we go. Okay. It's got enough thrust to weight to do what we want. Especially if we were to close cycle them. Yeah. Lots of delta V. We want them in air breathing mode though. And then we're gonna add a bunch of methane on top. Oh, I'm on one-sided, aren't I? I wish there was a way to add just oxidizer and not methalox the whole thing. Like, I wish there was a split between the two. Like, I wish there was just oxidizer. Also, really wish the camera would pan horizontally in here so I could actually work on this thing properly. Okay, that should be enough methane, honestly. Move that up, because we're gonna put some solid rockets. How big are these? Those are freaking huge. I can't see what I'm doing, because the camera is awful. Okay. That should work as intended. We have boosters now to help thrust us up into suborbital trajectory. Throw some aerodynamics on the front of these things. Like so. And now to give it wings and a tail. And then, you know, landing gear as well. Oh, it also needs air intakes. And a bunch of struts. I don't even know if this is gonna work as I want it to, but hey, worth a shot. Be cooler. Interesting. Huh. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Let's get this some landing gear. One on the nose. Should be able to mount them, yes, on here. Perfect. We will strut this thing together. To ensure that it doesn't wobble about. It also needs some RCS thrusters, so let's do that while I'm thinking about it. That did not work as intended. We will simply place them manually on this one, since it doesn't really know how to do what we're asking it to do. Beautiful. Okay. So now we've got some of that, some reaction control to help get us around when we're in space. In fact, we're gonna get rid of these ones. And we're gonna adjust these to be more back here. Because I feel like that would make more sense. All right, let's give it a tail first, because then we can see the thrust to weight balance better. Bit big, honestly. I'll go with small ones. Why is it not snapping properly? What are you snapping to? There we go. Okay. Still not perfect. It's just refusing to snap properly. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna adjust this to be smaller. Perfect. And then we'll throw some wings on it. First of all, wing angle way back. Wingspan looks pretty good. Make them quite a bit bigger. Okay. And then we'll do this. Pop on lift to weight, balance, and slide this around until they're happy. Like so. Okay, this should fly. Nothing about this says it shouldn't fly. I mean, the thrust to weight on the first stage is a little low, but it's an airplane, so that's fine. Brakes on. Oh, I forgot to adjust the suspension. Perfect. All right. Suspension is off, so it stops bouncing. Here we go. This is a jet right now, so it should just work as a plane. Come on, lift. Lift. Why do my planes not want to lift? I don't understand. I just make really fast cars right now. I can't get a plane to fly. Look at this. I have no lift. Oh my god, look at the wings. Why are they so wobbly? Well, this is not exactly working as intended. But we're moving. Well, it's not pretty, but it did get us up here. Oh, and Bill's flying again. See, right about now is when I wanted to use the solid rocket boosters. As you can start to hear the engines run out of oxygen. As long as we keep going up, we're going in the right direction. And we're losing control, and we're starting to nosedive. Come on. Okay. Swap to close cycle. Go up. Go up. I hate that my first space plane was the most efficient, and everything I've built after that has just not wanted to fly at all. I don't know what I did differently. Alright. This is not working. We're going back. Try again. Something about that design does not work. It doesn't want to give me enough lift off the runway. We never made it anywhere near Laythe. We couldn't get out of Kerbal today. Do we just go to Laythe and we come back to this later? I think we just go to Laythe. Yeah. New design. We're just going to Laythe today. We're not even going to worry about coming back. We're just getting there. We're going to do it the simplest way possible. Actually, I still want to add the... Just be in the habit of adding these. There we go. Then we'll add some fuel. We need a lot of fuel to get where we're going. Can we zoom out? Lunk. Lots of fuel. Big ol' hydrogen engine. And then we need to be able to get into orbit with this thing. Although I guess we really don't need to be in orbit. We just need to go really fast. Turn this sucker on. We need staging. Extra large is too big. It's just a large. Fantastic. And then a nice, big, beefy engine to lift this thing. Cool. Thrust to weight is positive numbers. Exactly what we want to see. And then to make sure we get up there as quickly as possible, because flying in this game is bad right now. I hate that glitch. We're just going to Laythe, forget the plane part, we're just getting there. And then let's strap some aerodynamics on the roof of these. Those are interesting. Can't quite see. There it is. Cool. Struts to keep it all together. Fantastic. That should have an absolute metric ton of thrust. So yeah, we boost with a ton, drop all of those off, turn over and try to get into an orbit, and then we're gonna shoot for Joel, whatever. And this was always intended to be Val's mission. So Val, get in the damn rocket. We're going to space today. Yeah, tons of thrust to weight for the whole thing. This should absolutely tear through what we need to do. We are going to put some clamps on it, though. There we go. Every time you move it, camera does that shoot to the top thing. Cool. So there we go. There is our... We're going to, Jewel. Now comes the difficult part of when to go to Jewel. So if I check, I'm pretty sure some people have been kind enough to post the picture of the burns. All right. It's not in the quick guides, so we'll do it the other way. Yep, there's the single image with all the windows. We are headed, if I go in here, we want to go to the... Oh, I can't go to the tracking station. Okay. Fine, take me to the launch pad. and then the tracking station. Okay. We don't actually want Tylo, but for some reason that's what it goes with. Target is Laythe. Set my focus on Laythe. So this is my line. I'm at the blue one. Basically 90 degrees ahead of me is where we want it to be. So if we're here, I need it to come around until it's in front of me. So let's speed up time a lot. Here we go. We're getting up close to it. Right about there. Okay. Now. Take me to the Space Center. Launch pad 1. Here we are. Yeah, we're launching at night, but that's okay. I forgot to put all of these staging pieces together. There we go. Okay. We are going to Laythe today. I didn't put any RCS on this, or reaction wheels, I don't think. Oh well, hopefully it'll be fine. We can always revert to launch, I guess. And we're off. And we are moving. I like that. We're just getting there. We're gonna turn way later than I'd like to, but that's simply because of how unruly the rockets have become when attempting to make any sort of gravity turns. Oh, we're wobbly. I did not strut this enough. This is unruly. Okay, all of those are gone. Just a tiny bit of thrust. Honestly, point at that thing. And we are just gonna... Yeah, we're on this side, which is where we need to be, so we're just gonna go. Because we can't really use maneuver nodes worth anything anyways, so we're just gonna burn it. It's trying to stay on course. It is a wobbly rocket. It's fine. These subtle changes shouldn't change it too much from down here. There we go. Now we're about to wrap it and extend it. Be even better if we run out of gas in this stage just before it comes out of the atmosphere, so it does burn up. It's gonna be in a crazy orbit. That's fine. We're not keeping this save file the way it is, so it doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. There's our orbital change. We're interplanetary. Now we just got to get it all the way out there, which we should have more than enough Delta V to do. Because this ball is just full of hydrogen. Look at that beautiful, beautiful engine flare. I hate that I gotta zoom all the way out every single time. We're just kind of brute forcing our way out to Laythe. Because that was the plan, was to go to Laythe and fly a plane back, but we just could not build planes today. So I'm just gonna go to Laythe anyways. Doesn't have to be perfect, we just need to get on target. Come on, we can do it. Getting there. Trying to adjust our wobble. Okay. We're not quite there. It's hard to see. Oh, we got something. We are going to enter the sphere here. Oh my god, it works! It's actually showing me on where we're going. Actually, we want to go this way, I think. I think we want to burn up. I think. We want to burn at this triangle. Alright, hold on. Can you get me... Focus on this damn thing so I can see what I'm doing. They fixed the thing! Okay. Radial out, maybe? Might help? We're just gonna try some things until I get this number to go closer. Because we're way out, and I don't want to be way out. Since it's giving me the actual line, we're going to adjust properly. Nope, that's going the wrong way now. Like, we need to go, yeah, we need to burn up. Or do we need to do an adjustment halfway? Is that what we need to do? Do I need to eyeball when we cross the plane? Add maneuver plan. Burn up. Until we're in line. They're actual. Oh, that's much better. Oh, we're gonna get real close here. Ooh, too much. Talking tiny little movements with big changes right now. In fact, why don't we just dive the planet? And then slow down to meet up with what we're after. Try to get me on a proper plane with them. Perfect. Okay, face that maneuver node. We're actually gonna do this properly because it's working. The maneuver nodes are working. Like, well, the planetary lines are working, I should say. Oh, that would launch me. Look at that. With that adjustment, look at that orbit that it would put me on. That's insane. That is how you go interplanetary. Because you get down there and then you speed up and you just launch. Okay, we're facing the thing. What's our view like out here? Oh, there goes Kerbal. Off into the distance with it. Okay, we are out here. We are in solar orbit. We're interplanetary. And we need to be at that maneuver node, so we're going to go to that maneuver node. Okay, that's close enough before I want the game to calculate better. We don't want it to go too fast on the fast forward, or it gets a little wonky. Okay. Now comes the sketchy part. First of all, get me focus back over into the jewel system. Beautiful. And we seem to have lost our line, but that's okay. Okay, we're in the last 30 seconds. There we go. Ready for our burn. Now, we can't actually see what we're doing properly. So we're just gonna have to trust the maneuver node timer thingy. Base triangle. While I try to figure out what our periapse is. Ooh, 48. You know what? That's pretty darn good. That might actually be a little low. We might need to adjust that. Okay, here we are. Now let's make our adjustments. Because first of all, we are all sorts of wonk. So let's first get on the proper plane with everything. Okay. Wrong way. That's just a waste of fuel. Look at the maneuver node. Can we even see the planet from here? I don't even see it out there. Still don't see it. Good enough. I want... So yeah, set focus over into this system so I can see, first of all. Where'd Laythe go? There it is. That will have to do, since it's being difficult still. Okay. Face that. Alright, when will we be able to see this thing? Can we see it now? We can see it. We can see the system approaching. Okay, time to make our maneuvers. That was a long burn. Good thing we have a lot of Delta V. Ooh, okay, that's a little too close. Go ahead and delete that. 1 kilometer above the surface, a little too close. But we can fix that. We want to hit about, if we go about 70 like we do with Kerbal, we should be fine. Oop, too much. It's fine. Alright, that will do. As we approach. Actually, we probably should set up the maneuver node ahead of time for our insertion. Is that retro or prograde? Cannot tell the symbols. I was burning the wrong way. Wait a minute. What? Am I not coming in this way? So I should burn that way to slow down, right? Oh, his maneuver node is not working with the, different sphere of influence. Got it. Okay. That's unfortunate. Don't really have any control over that. So if I want to go that way, I need to face... this way? Would this be the right direction? If I go to the burn away node of my target? I like that it does... I'm coming in at a weird, wonky angle, and Laythe is actually going to correct my orbit. Just with its gravity. Okay, I think that's the direction we want to face. Let's go ahead and fall towards this system for a bit. Pretty sure that's our target. Right there. Yeah, that's our target. Our goal, right there. We're just coming in a little too fast. Now we're really coming in fast. Yeah, just aim retrograde, because we're gonna need that when we get into the sphere. Look at that. We are here. There it is. There's Laythe. This is the planet I'm going to set up so much of my stuff on. This is my target planet for like all of my bases in the future. And we should cross here in just a second. And give me my actual stuff. My actual orbital lines. There we go. Proper orbital line. Focus on Laythe, thank you. If I burn up right now, will I be able to fix my eccentricity around this planet? I got plenty of Delta V, and we're not planning a return trip, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's doing the opposite of what I wanted. Burn the other way. Perfect. Now we're on a proper equatorial. Gonna make this a whole lot easier to deal with. There we go. Why can't I get into an orbit around this thing? Am I really coming in that fast? Wow, I gotta start back here? Seriously? Oh, I guess it is going against me too, isn't it? Well, I'm gonna trust the maneuver node. It seems excessive, but if that's what the maneuver node thinks I need to do, then... Okay, we're gonna face this maneuver node. As we fall into our periaps. I mean, we are moving pretty fast. Okay, here we are, approaching our maneuver node. Oh my god, it's a 5-minute burn. That is an expensive burn to slow down. Mostly because we're coming in the wrong side. Like, we're coming in against its orbit. Oh wow, you can... This is real time. We're moving so fast relative to this planet. You can literally see it moving. That is a ridiculous amount of velocity. Our relative speed to this object is insane. Now we're exploiting the Oberth effect pretty heavily to slow down, but the fact that you can literally see the planet moving relative to us, that's a terrifying velocity. Now, I don't know if Laythe is tidally locked or not, so I'm not really sure where we're gonna land. We're still burning. We still have an escape trajectory. Look at this, we're just moving. Come on. Capture. Just lock in the retrograde, honestly. This is our closest approach. This is our fastest velocity relative to the planet right here. We are moving so fast. It's still not enough. Come on, Laythe, capture us. Should have started burning sooner. Or gone for a crash. Probably should have just tried to crash into the planet. Probably would have been easier. Alright, well the good news is we're not gonna crash into the gas giant if we miss. Swing me around prograde. Now we're gonna try to fix this orbit. Okay. We've officially been captured by Laythe. We are moving much slower relative to the planet than we were before. There we go. That's the camera we need. Okay, good enough. We have a circular, about 100-kilometer orbit around Laythe. Now we need to land. I'd like to land here, if at all possible. The planet is spinning at me, so I want to slow down more. Right? Am I going with or against the planet spin? It's hard to tell. We were moving so fast before. I don't really know which way it's spinning. And I can't really tell now. We'll just speed it up and find out. Okay, so it does spin towards me. It seems to be tidally locked almost, which means we want to land here. If I shoot here, I mean, I have plenty of Delta V. I can basically just fall. Wherever I want to go. Should have done that before we warped. It's fine. We have so much Delta V. Basically just need to point stop. Wrong way. One of these days I'll get those two the correct way. And then we'll point retrograde again. Here we go. Look at that. Actually, I kind of want to land there. Looking at it from orbit. We have the Delta V for this. Okay, I'd love to land right in there. Okay, where's that got me going? That's pretty good. Right on the coast. Oh, we are coming in fast. And we're here. Oh, is this technically water I'm landing in? That's fine. We made it! Look at that view! This is why you come to Laythe. Look at that! That is so cool! I kind of missed my intended spot by a little bit. Actually, this looks interesting. Oh. Okay. Well, we're here. The waves seem a bit off. Good news is, these guys float. So we'll just swim Valentina on over here, plant our flag, and call it a day. Yeah, Laythe is looking a little off with the water. I can only fast forward a little bit too. I can speed up time though while we're doing this, so. I love that the 4 times warp actually works now. Yeah, kind of missed my landing zone just a little bit. Oh, the pod just teleported at us. That's cool. And here we are. We've made it to Laythe. We're not gonna leave Laythe, unfortunately, but we are here. Try to find us a good spot to take a picture. Is this rock real? Let's find out. Are you real? Oh, okay. Well. Alright, let's try to get somewhere where I can angle the camera properly to get Jewel in the background. Well, here's the surface of Laythe. It's not much here. I can't wait to build a base out here, though. This is going to be my colony destination for sure. If for nothing else than the fact that it's the only other planet with, like, a proper water and sky and everything. The other ones are always, like, messed up in some way. This one's, like, actually inhabitable. Alright, I think this will do. Now, do we speed up time? Plant the flag. That we did, in fact, make it here. And now, let's go ahead and speed up time. Oh yeah, we are tidally locked, it looks like. Okay. How do you hide the interface? Is there a key binding for that? There's gotta be a way to do it. I've seen people do it. Ah, there it is. Of course, my picture button is also the pop-up button for something else, but there we are. We're on Laythe. We made it, and we got a nice shot there. That's actually really cool. Alright, we'll just clip through the ground now, so I can... Look at that. Nighttime for us is daytime on Jewel. Relative to us. Oh, and here comes the sun. Okay, that's a cool shot. What are you looking at? Perfect. The perfect blank stare. I love that. That's going to become one of my thumbnails now, is one of these shots with Jewel in the background standing on Laythe. Like, we made it. I love their little emotes. I wish I could make them emote on purpose, but I love that they emote. It's fun. But yeah, that's where we're gonna leave it today for the stream. We didn't quite accomplish what we wanted, but we did make it to Laythe, which is the first time I've been here in KSP2. So it's nice to have made it here. We'll definitely be back to this location with a smarter trajectory next time. We'll come in on the other side from the planet, so we're going in the same direction as the planet, as opposed to against the planet and having to completely come to a stop to basically stay with it. And whenever they add colonies, this is where we're building our colony. But for now, I'm going to call it there for the stream. So thanks for watching, everybody, and I will see you all next time. Bye.